cook, and for today's live, I will be making Egyptian style kofta. It is essentially Egypt's version of a meatball. I'm going to be making it in a homemade tomato sauce, and I'm going to pair it with vermicelli rice. So let's go ahead and get started with this process. The first thing that I do when preparing these recipe videos is I record all of my voiceover audio. So that's what I have printed here right in front of me is all of my notes and instructions and ingredients, the entire works of what I will be doing step by step. If you're wondering why it is such large print, this is actually size 28 point font. It is because I am legally blind. That does not mean I am fully blind. I have something, a form of macular degeneration called Stargardt's disease, which limits my ability to see. Hence the reason why we have such large font here. So right behind me here is all the ingredients that I will be using. Got a few seasonings over here: ground coriander, ground cumin, smoked paprika, and ground nutmeg. And I have sea salt and black pepper to the side that I still need to bring over once the time comes. Some veggies that we're going to be using. We have some onions, some garlic, and some fresh parsley, and a whole lot of tomatoes for the sauce. And then for the rice, it is very simple. We will be using vermicelli, an Egyptian rice, which is essentially a medium grain rice. And then, of course, some semna, which is Arabic for clarified butter. And the most important thing is the lahma. We will be using, this is 85% lean ground beef. I'm going to be using, this is essentially like a little bit more than 3 pounds. It's 2 packages. Each package is roughly 1.5 pounds. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me turn on my camera here and remove this lens, the lens cover, I should say. The picture should appear over here. All right, very good. Like I said, first things first, we're going to be recording all of my voiceover audio for this recipe video. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me raise this up a little bit. All right, that should be good. All right, let's do this. This is Egypt's version of a meatball, and you have to give it a try. Fry diced yellow onions in olive oil over medium-high heat for a few minutes. Mix in minced garlic, and let it cook for a few minutes until the onions and garlic have some color and become fragrant. Then add roughly diced tomatoes. Let me redo that one. I'm going to change my tone slightly with how I say that because of what comes after that. Then add roughly diced tomatoes. Season it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Mix it well. Put the lid on. Maybe redo that one. Let's try this again. Put the lid on. Actually, let me get rid of that one and the previous one as well. I originally wrote mix it well. I think that's too short for me to show like as I'm mixing the vegetables. Let's improvise on the fly. Mix the seasoned vegetables really well. Put the lid on. I think that the improvisation will be much better for the final cut. Add washed Egyptian ruz to a food processor. Make sure the ruz is dry before you add it in. I misread. I said before you add it in. I wrote before you blend it. So let me let me get rid of this one. Let's try this again. So make sure the ruz is dry before you blend it to this finer consistency. All right. Make sure the ruz is dry before you blend it to this finer consistency. That was much better. Transfer the blended ruz to a bowl. Now add roughly chopped onions, fresh parsley, and garlic to the food process. What? No, why did I? Oh, that just like all came out wrong. Like in my mind, I was about to just start making up words with this. I don't know what was going on. So it just, I didn't enunciate it properly. My tone was way off. Let's try it again. And garlic to the food processor. Blend it until it is fine like you. Now to a large bowl of lahma. Add the minced vegetables mixture. Season it with ground coriander, ground nutmeg, smoked paprika. Let me do that one again. smoked paprika, sea salt, and black pepper. Put on your imaginary gloves and mix this really well. Add the washed rose little by little while you mix. Let's try that. Let's try this one again because I stumped twice in that sentence. So let's try it again. Add the rose little by little while you mix this. Let me try it again. So I wrote add the rose. I'm going to say add the blended rose. So let's try it one more time. Add the blended rose little by little while you mix this. The lahma should look like this. Add the seasoned lahma to the food processor. And blend it for literally 1 second. As soon as you turn on the food processor, immediately turn it off, otherwise the lahma will become loose like baby food. Roll a piece of the seasoned lahma between both your hands. I skipped over a word. I skipped over the word both and started to say your. So let's get rid of this one. Let's try it again. Roll a small piece of the seasoned lahma between both your hands to form a ball. Then roll it between your hands up and down like this to form the kofta shape. Now fry the kofta over high heat for a couple minutes on each side to give it some color. Then remove it from the heat. Because you don't want to fully cook it just yet. Now back to the tomato sauce. Introduce an immersion blender to this operation to form the sauce. Add a little bit of water. Add a little bit of hot water. Add a little bit of hot water as you blend it to give the tomato sauce a smoother consistency like this. I'm going to try that one again. I stumbled way too many times. And I paused, even though I can put it together, I wanted to have a more natural flow. So let's try that one again. Add a little bit of hot water as you blend it to give the tomato sauce a smoother consistency like this. Much better. Once the tomato sauce reaches a low simmer, add the kofta. Let me try that one again. Add the kofta. Gently mix it. And ensure all of the kofta gets covered with the tomato sauce. Put the lid on. And let it cook for about 15 minutes. Fry vermicelli and semna for a few minutes. Frequently mix it because the vermicelli can easily burn. Once the vermicelli has browned, add washed Egyptian ruz. Mix it well. And let it sit for about 1 minute. Then add in enough water to cover the ruz no more than 1/2 of an inch. Let me try that one again, where I don't say of and where I just say 1/2 inch. So let's try that one again. Then add enough water to cover the ruz no more than 1/2 inch. Once it reaches a boil, turn the heat down to low. Put the lid on. Once the ruz is cooked, turn off the heat. and let it rest for a few minutes before gently mixing it. To serve Egyptian-style kofta, form a bed of vermicelli rice. Pile the kofta over it. Garnish it with chopped parsley. Add a side of pickled lemons. Pickled turnips. And it is ready to serve. Egyptian style kofta. All right, that sums up all of my voiceover audio that I had to record. All that's left for me to record in terms of things that I have to say will be done at the time of the actual step, which will be any of these highlighted parts in my notes. Let me adjust this like so. See how we look. All right, that should be okay. So for now, I can turn this camera off because what I'm actually going to do is, well, actually, I need to record my intro where I say start this recipe by preparing the tomato sauce. So let me go ahead and put everything on the cutting board. And in just a moment, I'm going to bring you guys over here. So let me get this situated. Okay. Take these stickers off. Some garlic. Let me get this shot in and then I will move you guys over here to in front of the kitchen island as we prepare all these veggies. So let's go ahead and get this shot and go from there. Start this recipe by preparing the tomato sauce. All right, let's see how we look. good to go. Let me turn this off for now because I don't need it as I am preparing all of these veggies. Let's go on a field trip over here. Knife. I also need a smaller knife as well. And then I also need I'll use that bowl for the tomatoes and this one for the lahma. Let me adjust everybody. Hopefully everybody can see me okay. I hope. All right. Oops. All right. Hopefully that's okay for everyone. So first things first, I'm going to be dicing this onion. Well, first I'm going to peel it, then I'm going to dice it. This is for the tomato sauce. So we're going to dice the onion. We're going to mince some garlic, and then we're going to roughly chop some tomatoes. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad, the Egyptian cook. And for today's live, we are making Egyptian style kofta. This is essentially Egypt's version of a meatball. It is absolutely delicious and you have to give it a try. So we're at the very beginning here. We're preparing the vegetables to make our own homemade tomato sauce. I'm doing the best I can to completely stay away from like canned tomato sauce, canned beans, anything essentially canned. So we are making the tomato sauce from scratch. Yes, it is a little bit more time consuming, but the flavor and the result is so much better. Last piece of the onion peel. Oh, looks like got a little bit more. This last piece is being a little bit stubborn. There we go. Going to give it a quick rinse. I'm going to clear off this cutting board. Be right back. Actually, let's peel the garlic too while we're at it. So I'm going to be using this garlic for both the sauce and for the actual kofta as well. So let's go ahead and get some peeled. Then we'll clear off the cutting board. We'll dice the onion, we'll mince some garlic, and then we will roughly chop the tomatoes. Half the garlic that I will peel will be for the tomato sauce, and the other half will be for the kofta, for the lahma itself, when it comes time to prepare the lahma. For those of you who do not know, lahma is meat in Arabic. So I'm going to do 6 garlic cloves for the tomato sauce, and then 6 garlic cloves also for the lahma. So 6 and 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A few more, and then we will clear off the cutting board and start dicing some onion. And mincing some garlic. All right, that's all the garlic. Be right back. Going to clear off the cutting board. And I'm back. Let's go ahead and dice this onion. This will be for the tomato sauce. It does not have to be perfectly diced, because once all the vegetables have cooked for basically like about 45 minutes, we're going to blend it all with an immersion blender. So here's the onions. For the tomato sauce, I'll set this over here. And then for the garlic, I'm going to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 6 garlic cloves for the tomato sauce. We're going to mince it. I'm going to run some water on the knife and my fingers. The reason why I ran water along the blade and my fingers is because when mincing garlic, it makes it much easier. It prevents the garlic from essentially sticking to both the blade and or your fingers. So as you can see, there's some on the blade. You go to wipe it off. With one wipe, it easily comes off. For every 2 to 3 garlic cloves that you do, you will have to apply more water to your blade. So there's the second one. And as you run your finger along the blade, you'll be able to feel the stickiness come back. So I'm going to run a little bit more water. And then we're going to repeat the process. That is clove number 4. This one's number 5 right here. Here's the last garlic clove. All right, I'm going to run some water on the blade and my fingers one last time. And then I'm going to run the blade through the pile of garlic. All right, garlic is all set. The other 6, so this is going to be for the tomato sauce. The other 6, we're going to keep whole because that will go into the food processor when it comes time for seasoning the lahma. So let me go ahead, transfer these last 6 into your own smaller bowl. Can move this out of the way. I also need to actually, instead of these 2 small ones, I need to roughly chop an onion for the lahma because it will go in the food processor. So let's cut off the ends. Let's peel it, and then we are going to roughly chop it. And then after this, we will roughly dice the tomatoes. Going to clear off the cutting board. Be right back. All right. I also need a bowl for this. So this onion is going to be for the lahma. It is going to go in the food processor. So I'm just going to roughly chop this. So I'm going to slice it in half. Then each half is going to be cut into quarters. And I'll put it in the bowl. Just trying to break it down a little bit for when it goes into the food processor. So that's all set. Move this plate, we no longer need it. All right, now let's do the tomatoes. So for the tomatoes, it is fairly simple. We're going to remove the tomato pit, and then we're going to roughly dice it. Let me actually go give these a wash. I will be right back. Right, I am back. As I exited again, first things first, remove the tomato pit. Just like that, and on to the next one. Oops. Going to do two more, be right back. I am back. Let's go ahead and remove these last two tomato pits. Here's the bowl for the tomatoes. And for the tomatoes, we are just roughly dicing them. This is for the tomato sauce. Once all the veggies are cooked, we are going to blend it all using an immersion blender. So I grabbed this scraper to, make it easier to transfer the tomatoes to the bowl. I ended up just using my knife anyways, so yeah. Once these tomatoes are diced, we can go ahead and start cooking. A few more tomatoes to go. One moment. All right, that was the last tomato. This can go in the garbage. Here's the roughly diced tomatoes. This I don't need. I still need the larger knife though. down spot. I'm gonna make sure I got everything. Okay, I diced the onions, which are over there. Garlic's over there too. All right, the tomatoes are just finished. And add the seasonings. All right, we're good to go. Let me turn this camera back on. We need the countertop stove, which is right behind you guys, over here. Countertop stove. Push in so that the gas is connected. This is what we're making the sauce in. Let me adjust the camera down for this shot. Just one more moment as I adjust my camera, please, and thank you. Right. Adjusting the camera back up. One moment as I adjust the camera, please, and thank you. I need to raise it a little bit higher. Just bear with me as I make these final adjustments. All right, camera's up higher. I can tilt this down. Just trying to give everybody the best possible view for like the final cut of the recipe video, the best possible view of inside the pot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. First things first is the olive oil. a small plate for that. Where did I put the blade? Oh, it's over here. In about 30 seconds, we're going to add the onions in. So this is for, we're at the early stages of making, the beginning stages of making the tomato sauce. This tomato sauce will be used for making Egyptian style kofta. Think of Egyptian style kofta as Egypt's version of a meatball. So let's go ahead. All right, the onions are in. All right, I'm going to move some of the stuff off the counter over here. So that way I can bring you guys up onto the counter and give you a better point of view of what's going on in the pot. So let me rearrange some stuff to make some space for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on a quick field trip. Let me actually tilt you down and in. All right, hopefully now you guys have a better view of what's going on in here. So we're just letting the onions cook for a few minutes, and then we're going to add in the minced garlic. Here is that minced garlic. I'm going to go ahead and grab the knife. I'm going to run some water along the blades, and I'm going to scoop all the garlic onto the blade, and the water will make it easier for me to essentially clean sweep all of the garlic off of here in one stroke. So I will be right back. All right, let's get this garlic on the blade. All right, garlic is on the blade. Let's go ahead and get this next shot in. See, as simple as that, when you put water on the blade, the garlic swipes right off of it that easily. All right, now we're going to let this cook for a few minutes. We're going to give the onions and garlic some color, and we want it to become fragrant. Once those two things happen, then we will come in with the roughly diced tomatoes and seasonings. Let me grab a small bowl for the seasonings. So for the seasonings, we're going to be using ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Sea salt and black pepper are right here. Ground coriander is right behind you guys. Let me get some ready. All right, let's give it a nice mix. Starting to get that color, and it is becoming fragrant. I do need to scoop some up in the spoon to get this next shot. Right. Now we can add in the tomatoes. All right, now we can go in with the seasonings. That was the ground coriander. Up next is the ground cumin. One second, TikTok wants me to verify this puzzle thing. All right, sorry about that, TikTok. I just added the ground cumin. Now let's add the sea salt. And prior to the ground cumin was the ground coriander. That was the sea salt. And the final seasoning for this sauce will be the black pepper. All right, now we're going to mix it really well. Once it's all mixed, we're going to put the lid on. Then I need to flip the camera up onto me so I can record the next shot. I do have a line that I need to record. I need to grab the lid. All right, for this next shot, I need to adjust the camera angle onto me. So just give me one moment as I adjust my camera, please, and thank you. I actually need to pull this forward for this shot. Move these out of the way. And keep this at a simmer for about 45 minutes. And keep this at a medium-low simmer for about 45 minutes. I'm gonna try that one again. And keep this at a medium-low simmer for about 45 minutes. All right, let's see how we look. And then we can move forward. And keep this at a medium-low simmer for about 45 minutes. I'm gonna try it again. And keep this at a medium-low simmer for about 45 minutes. That one should be okay. Let's review it, and then we can move forward. And keep this at a medium-low simmer for about 45 minutes. All right, much better. Now I do have all right, we're going to give it, all right, so we're going to give this like a few minutes to cook, and then we're going to remove the lid. I'm going to give it a mix because I do need, for my next shot where I say be sure to mix this about every 10 minutes to prevent any sticking and burning. So a few more minutes, and then we're going to get that next shot in of me mixing it, and then we will move forward with the next steps, and that will be where we start preparing the lahma for the seasoning, seasoning the lahma and preparing the ruz after that. So that's what's next. For the time being, I'm going to move you guys back over here to the counter, or to the table, I mean. And then for the next shots, like of me preparing the lahma, I think I'm going to bring you guys back up onto the countertop as all of that is happening, to give you guys essentially a better view of what is going on in the as we are cooking here. So hopefully everybody can see me okay for now, for this time being. lid to the side over here. Be sure to mix this every 10 minutes to prevent any sticking or burning. Be sure to mix this every 10 minutes to prevent any sticking or burning. I'm just going to trust it on that one. I'm not even going to review it. Just going to trust it. I'm going to finish mixing this. I'm going to record myself putting the lid back on. Here's that lid. Let's get this next shot. All right, can turn this stove off. I'm going to move this to my actual stove behind me. All right, that is on the tomatoes. The veggies are on the stove behind me. This I don't need for now. So I'm going to set it back behind you to where it usually is. I need to clean up my mess. All right. I actually need to bring the food processor over here for this next part. All right, let's set it right there. Just bringing the outlet closer so I can get this plugged in. Right, that's plugged in. All right, for this next part, I need the roughly chopped onions from earlier, the garlic as well, and then we have some parsley over here. So it's approximately, I think 4:30 right now. 4:28. So basically 4:30. At 5:15, that will basically be the 45-minute mark, and the tomato sauce should be ready. All right. So from the bunch of parsley, I'm just going to set some to the side. Going to be using that. We're going to be chopping that up later. We're going to be using it like towards the end of the recipe video for like as garnish. But all of this parsley we're actually going to be using for the lahma. All right, let's go ahead and record this next line. Actually, I say this? Transfer the, no, not add. Okay, until, all right. So I'm using 85% lean ground beef. That's the type of lahma that I am using for this. Using 3 pounds altogether. I'm going to wash my hands quick. Where's the point? There we go. While waiting on the tomato sauce, let's see how that looks. While waiting on the tomato sauce. Where am I? Oh, prepare the lahma. Prepare the lahma. Let's prepare the lahma. Let me redo that one. Let's prepare the lahma. All right. So that's good. All right. Go there. I need to adjust the camera. Give me one moment, please. Oops, wrong way. All right. First things first. So I have some washed Egyptian rice here, which is essentially a medium grain rice. We're going to blend this first in the food processor by itself. We're not going to mix it with anything just yet. Wash rice through food processor. Make sure this is okay. Transfer. Okay, so I can record blending it for a while. All right, rice goes in. Lid goes on, and we're essentially going to blend the rice to make it much finer. And then we're going to take it out of the food processor and we're going to put it back in. Oops, we're going to put it back into the bowl and set it to the side for now. All right, let's turn this on. Let's go ahead and blend. Going to go a little bit more. That should be okay. Sure the rose okay. I did that part. Transfer the blended rose to a bowl. All right, I'm going to wash this bowl really quick. And I will be right back as soon as I finish washing this bowl. All right, bowl is washed. I'm just going to dry it. All right, bowl is clean. Actually, I'm going to move this out of the way temporarily. Just to the side here. I need to focus the camera down onto this bowl. That's too zoomed in. All right, let's do this. So the rice is much finer now. It's not like crazy fine, like super fine, but it is much finer. So this is what you want it to look like, and we're just going to set it to the side for now. All right, we need to set the food processor back up. So I need to adjust my camera angle back up, zoom out. Let's see. Need to adjust it a little bit more. All right, so first things first, into the food processor. Now we're going to do the roughly chopped onion, followed by the parsley and the minced garlic, like all three together. So let's do this. All right, that was the onion. Up next is the parsley. Parsley is in. And that was the garlic. Make sure I got everything. Now add roughly chopped onions, fresh parsley, and garlic. Blend it until it is fine like you to a large bowl. All right. So let's go ahead, put this lid on. Power's on. We are good to go. Just going to push the sides down and give it a nice blend again. That's it for the veggie mix. And we no longer need this food processor either, or blender. So I'm gonna set it back over here. All right. Now, to a bowl of the lahma. Let me move that outlet brick off the counter. All right. Just going to wipe off this blade. I'm going to wash this off really quick because if it dries up, then it's going to make cleaning the blades really difficult. So just give me a moment, please. All right. Just scraping it into one pile slightly. When I go to dump it, it makes it, majority of it will fall out in terms of like for the shot that I need for the video. And in just a moment here, I'm actually going to move you guys back up to the counter so that way you can see inside this bowl much better. I also need to mix the tomatoes and the veggies really quick. About 30 more minutes, the veggies will be ready for us to blend to form, to form the sauce. All right, I need to adjust the camera down onto this bowl of lahma. So just give me one moment, please. And thank you. All right, this can move out of the way. Where's the remote's right here. Let's try that one again. Where am I on this? To a large bowl of lahma, add the mixed vegetables mixture, or the minced vegetables mixture. All right. out. So this vegetable mixture is onions, parsley, and garlic. Just going to scrape this as best as I can. Then I'm going to wash it so that way if it dries up, any of these small pieces that are left over are going to be very difficult to clean out. Just give me one moment, I will be right back. Please and thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that. I'm going to clean off the lid as well too. And then I'm going to come back, move you guys up here, and then we're going to work on the lahma. So just give me a moment, please. And it's just if I don't clean the food processor right away, the small pieces of whatever food debris that is left, if it dries up, it makes it difficult to clean. Almost done here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back again. Let me line up my seasonings that I need in the order that I need them in. Seasoned ground coriander, nutmeg, smoked paprika. So here's the nutmeg, smoked paprika, and then sea salt and black pepper are over here. All right, ladies and oops. Whatever. Up first is coriander. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move you back up here. Let's adjust you down onto the bowl. All right, up first is, so far what we have in this bowl is 3 pounds of ground lahma, using ground beef. Lahma is Arabic for meat. Then on top of here, this green and white mixture is minced onions with parsley and garlic. So we're about to add some seasoning, starting with the ground coriander. Up next is some ground nutmeg. Now we have some smoked paprika. Up next is some sea salt. And finally, some black pepper. All right, let's see. Blend it, I already did that. Now we're on the next page. So I think I have some recording lines coming up soon. Let's see. I do after I finish mixing all of this together. Put on your magic gloves, mix it really well, add the rose little by little. So over here we have the blended rose. Rose is Arabic for rice. I put this in the food processor by itself and blended it to make it a little bit finer. It's not like super fine like ground seasoning, but it is much finer than what the rose normally is. All right, so up next, we're going to mix this. And as we're mixing this, we're going to gradually add this blended rose. So before I incorporate the rose, I'm going to make sure this is mixed well before I start adding the rose. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook. And right now we are working on making Egyptian style kofta. Think of Egyptian style kofta as Egypt's version of a meatball. It is absolutely delicious, and I highly recommend that you give this a try. All right, so the lahma is mixed pretty well. In this bowl, we have ground beef, 85% lean, mixed with minced onions, parsley, and garlic, and then seasoned with ground coriander, smoked paprika, nutmeg, sea salt, and black pepper. All right, the lahma is mixed. Now we're going to gradually add this blended rose. The rose is Arabic for rice. What I did is I put this in the food processor by itself, and I blended it for about like 20 to 30 seconds until it became a little bit finer. And we're going to incorporate this into the lahma. So let's do this. Okay, that's all of the ruz that was just added in. And we're going to continue mixing this. So I just realized right now, so earlier I did wash the food processor, which I really should not have because I completely forgot that, that I'm going to need the food processor again. Because once you have all of the lahma mixed like this and seasoned with the ruz especially, it goes back into the food processor. Obviously, all of this cannot go in at once because of the quantity, but it's going to go back into the food processor for literally 1 second. So as quickly as it turns on is how quickly you want to turn it off. So off on or on off is how quick you want it to happen. If you over blend it for, like, no exaggeration, if you blend this for more than 5 seconds in the food processor, the lahma will essentially turn into, it will become so loose and so fine that it will essentially be like baby food. And you don't want that to happen because you want to be able to take the lahma and to roll it into a ball, for example, and to shape it into the kofta shape. So if you over blend it in the food processor, it will essentially become loose and it will make it very difficult for you to form the kofta shapes. So the reason why you blend it is because, as you can see right now, you can see the pieces of the ruz. It kind of looks like sesame seeds in a way, like it's in that size, maybe a little bit smaller. And blending it, once it has, you know, the lahma mixed in with it, it makes it easier to essentially soften the ruz, aka the rice, a little bit more. So when it comes time to cooking, you're not going to have you're going to essentially have a much smoother texture, like throughout the kofta pieces when once it's cooked. Oops. All right, let's see what I need to record now. The lahma should look like this. All right. Just setting this to the side. I'm going to wash my hands, clean up my spot, because I need to bring the food processor back over here. my spot is clean. All right, we're going to put you back to the table again since we're coming back with the food processor. Hopefully everybody can see me okay. Put the lahma over here. I need to grab a dry towel for this to make sure the food processor is completely dry. I need to bring the cord back up so I can plug this back in. All right. I need to adjust the camera up. Let's do this. So right now, this next step, we're going to add the lahma into the food processor. We're literally going to blend it for 1 second. So as soon as I turn this on, I'm instantly going to turn it off. If you over blend it, it will essentially loosen the lahma way too much, and it will become so loose. It's going to be like baby food. So it's going to make it really challenging to essentially form the lahma into, you know, the kofta shapes. So I'm going to need just like a trade-off plate. All right, what steps do I need? Add the seasoned lahma to the food processor and blend it for literally 1 second. As soon as you, as the lahma will become too loose like baby food. All right. Next shot coming right up. need to take the lahma out of here. And then we're going to do the rest of the lahma. Last bit. Now all the lahma can go back into this large bowl. I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to move the food processor out of the way, and I'm going to clean the food processor parts, and then we can start forming the kofta. Okay, first I'm going to wash up, so I'll be right back. can unplug this and move it out of the way. Now we are done with the food processor. I can go back over here behind me where it belongs. All right. Now here, I'm going to bring you guys over here, oops, to the counter over by the sink. I can turn off this camera too for the time being. I just need to clear some things from over here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on a field trip. Over here. Let's clean up this mess so that way we can clear up, free up some of the counter space that is definitely much needed. So right now I'm just going to clean off the food processor because the piece is dry on here. If I don't clean it right away, it will dry up like any of the leftover like small pieces of debris, and it makes it more difficult to clean. Especially this blade. This can go in the dishwasher. Cleaning the lid right now. And then we're going to, after we finish cleaning these pieces, we're going to clear off the countertop and we will start forming the kofta shapes. Final piece. Almost slipped out of my hands. All right. Let's head back over to Kitchen Island. Let's wipe down the countertop. Going to make a mess again anyways in a few moments here. All right, countertop is clean for now. I'm going to give the vegetables for the tomato sauce a quick mix. It's actually been past 45 minutes. It's actually been 1 hour now on the tomato sauce. So, or on the tomatoes, on the veggies for the tomato sauce. So we need to take a temporary break from the lahma and attend to the sauce. So let me go ahead and get some water going in the teapot. I'm gonna go over here for now. Let's come back in with this. All right, give me one moment. I will be right back. This one, and then where am I? Yep. So over here is where I'm at. Plug in the immersion blender. I'll put this over here. Lock the cord. Let's turn the camera back on and adjust it for the next shot. Give me one moment as I adjust the camera. Hopefully everybody can see this okay. All right, let's do this. Oops. That's the water. Going to go rinse this off. I'm done with the immersion blender. I'll be right back. All right, let's unplug this. There's tomato sauce like splashed everywhere, like all over the counter. Like a few on my shirt, but there's like more on the counter than there is anywhere else. Oh my goodness. Wipe off this cord. Go over here. Right. Add a little bit of hot water. Did that? Just tomato sauce. All right, so that's the tomato sauce. Going to set it on the stove behind me. I think that me doing that scoop just splashed all over my shirt. Whatever, it is what it is. Oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, let's put the lid on. Let's move this countertop stove out of the way. And let's clean up all of this mess. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, the tomato sauce is done, which is good. All right. Now we can go back to the back. All right, so this is done, this is done, 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 done. All right, back to the lahma. Whatever. All right, let me move the cords off the countertop because I no longer need any of the countertop appliances. I also need to adjust the camera up on me because I do have a recording line here. Let's do this. Oop. This can move out of the way. I need to adjust the camera angle slightly up. Just like a tiny hair up. Let's do this. Oh, stop saying a few words in Arabic and the rest in English. You're so annoying. Okay, خلاص أنا مش عايز أسمع ولا كلمة منكم في الcomments. Let's try that one again. I pointed the wrong way. I should have pointed like this. I pointed like this. Let's try this one again. Oh, stop saying just a few words in Arabic and the rest in English. You're so annoying. Okay, خلاص أنا مش عايز أسمع ولا كلمة منكم في الcomments. I'm pointing in the right direction, but let me do another one just for good measure. Oh. Let's try it again. Oh, stop saying just a few words in Arabic and the rest in English. You're so annoying. Okay, خلاص أنا مش عايز أسمع ولا كلمة منكم في الcomments. That one should be good. Let's review it. I'm saying in Arabic for that last part. I don't want to hear a single word out of your mouths in the comments. Stop saying just a few words in Arabic and the rest in English. You're so annoying. Okay, خلاص أنا مش عايز أسمع ولا كلمة منكم في الcomments. I'm gonna try it again. I need to emphasize the body language as I'm saying what I'm saying. Oh, stop saying just a few words in Arabic and the rest in English. You're so annoying. Okay, خلاص أنا مش عايز أسمع ولا كلمة منكم في الcomments. I think that one's a winner. Let's review it. Oops. Went one too many forward. Let's review it just to make sure, and then let's move forward. Stop saying just a few words in Arabic and the rest in English. You're so annoying. Okay, خلاص أنا مش عايز أسمع ولا كلمة منكم في الcomments. Oh boy, I make myself laugh. All right, let's see. All right. I need a tray for this part. I'm not going to be baking these, just something to like set it on instead of a plate because it's so much rahma, just something larger. So a baking tray is sufficient. Let's see how much much this will actually be for me portioning it, or if I should go larger. Let's see. Yeah, this will be good. Very good. All right. Now let's form the kofta shapes. Now let's form the kofta shapes. Let's see how that looked. Because I will have to adjust the camera after this. Now let's form the kofta shapes. Okay. I need to wash my hands because I do need to adjust the camera angle for this next shot. For the next few shots, actually. Actually going to bring you guys up for this next shot too, for these next few shots as well. All right, that's that. And also going to plug in. There we go. All right, let me adjust this camera down. All right. So I have a few different shots. One of me rolling this piece of lahma into a ball. And then the next shot will be me rolling that ball of lahma into the kofta shape. And then I need to take a shot of just those two things, actually. So one shot, me rolling the ball. Then the next shot of me rolling it into the kufta shape. So this will be the ball. I'm just testing my hand placement, and then we can go from there. All right, let's do this. Simple as that. All right. Let's check that footage. Here, let me get another piece. And then we'll check the footage. And if the one shot is good, then we can move forward and we can form all of these kofta pieces. So let's review it. Okay, first I'm squishing it together, like pressing it together, rolling it into the ball. Okay. Oh, my hand kind of like got out of focus. So I started squeezing it again, like pressing the lahma together. Now I'm rolling it. I'm just narrating what's happening on the screen right now, like on what I recorded earlier. Okay, now I'm showing the ball. Now I'm rolling it up and down like this. In the palm of my hands. There's the kofta piece. All right, we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me actually turn off this camera. For this next part. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. So the piece of lahma like this, I squeeze it between both hands, just alternating one squeeze, then I switch it to the next hand. That essentially just presses the lahma together, and then roll it between my two hands to form this ball like this, and then up and down like this to essentially form the kofta piece. I'm going to set it on a baking tray. It's not going to bake in the oven. I'm just using a baking tray because it's much larger than a plate. All right. So very simple. Squeeze it once between in one hand, then alternate it back and forth. Squeeze, alternate, squeeze, alternate, alternate, and then roll it into the ball, like so, and then up and down between the palms of your hands to form the kofta. So I'm just using a quarter cup, like a quarter cup measuring cup, a quarter measuring cup to like portion these out. So that way they're similar, almost similar in size. You could make it much smaller. When Mama makes kofta, she makes it like half the size of this, but she doesn't use a measuring cup or any of that type of stuff. She just goes for it and gets them all even off of one go. Me, on the other hand, I am not that talented. So mine does take a little bit extra work, which is okay, but the result is still absolutely incredible. So once again, just squeeze once, then switch hand, squeeze, switch, squeeze, switch, squeeze, switch. Roll it. And when you're rolling it, you don't want to apply like a lot of pressure, just gentle pressure to form the ball. And then when you're rolling it up and down between the palms of your hands to make the kofta shape, you want to apply a little bit more pressure than you do when rolling it into the ball. Then you have this kofta piece like so. Squeeze, switch, and then roll. I don't know why I started squeezing again, but squeeze, switch, then roll into the ball, and then up and down to form the kofta shape. On the baking tray it goes. Like I said earlier, it's not actually going to bake in the oven, just using a baking tray because it's a large dish that will make it easy instead of me using a whole bunch of plates to set these on. So squeeze, switch, roll it, gentle pressure to form the ball, and then up and down. Oops. See, I didn't, when you squeeze it, you want to squeeze it so the lahma doesn't break as you're rolling it. So I need to squeeze it a little bit better. Squeeze, switch. When you're squeezing it, you essentially want to get rid of like any, even though this is all like misshaped and deformed looking, you want to make sure there's no cracks in the lahma. That's why you're essentially squeezing it. Now when you roll it, you want to be gentle because you don't want the deformed shapes from when you squeeze it. You don't want it to fold over. You don't want it to fold over itself. You want to essentially like mold it into that shape by applying the right amount of pressure as you roll it. So there should be no cracks in this lahma ball right here. And once you have the ball, then you roll it up and down like so in the palm of your hands. Let's try that again to form the kofta. Once all of these, once all the lahma is rolled into the kofta, we're going to fry it for just a couple minutes on each side to give it some nice color. Then we're going to remove it. We're not going to cook it all the way through for that step because you're going to finish cooking it essentially in the tomato sauce. There you go. And then once we cook it on each side and add it to the tomato sauce, we're going to set it to the side and we're going to cook vermicelli rice. Because when making this type of kofta, when making Egyptian kofta, it is really, it is best paired with vermicelli rice or any type of rice. But vermicelli rice is what I will be pairing this with. And then once the rice is all set, the kofta should be done too. And then we're going to plate it. Take the final shots that we need. We're going to say Yallah Bismillah. And then we are going to eat. Ball. And then roll it. Oh, this one needs to squeeze a little bit better because I already felt it separating and breaking as I was rolling it. So let's try the squeeze process again. Squeeze, switch, squeeze, switch. And then roll it into a ball, like so. And then into the kofta shape, like so. We're about halfway through forming all of the kofta shapes right now, or the kofta pieces, I should say. There you go. So in this lahma mix, I'm using 85% lean ground beef. I mixed it with minced onions, parsley, and garlic. Then seasoned it with ground coriander, nutmeg, smoked paprika, sea salt, and black pepper. I mixed it all together, and that produced the blend that you see right here in front of you. And right now, I am currently rolling it into the kofta shapes as such. Squeeze, alternate, squeeze, switch, squeeze, switch. So I'm squeezing it once in one hand, then switching to the other hand. Squeeze, switch, squeeze, switch. Then gently roll it into a ball. Like so. And then up and down motion, like this, to form the kofta, like that. Squeeze, switch, squeeze, switch. Roll it into a ball. And then roll it up and down form the kofta shape, like that. That one I felt breaking, so I'm squeezing it all over again. All right, folks, I'll be right back. I'm going to wash my hands really quick and then be right back. So just give me a moment, please, and thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to adjust the angle, camera angle for everyone. Let's do it like that, like that. Oops. And let me plug you back in. Charge the battery. All right, let's keep at this. Same process as earlier. So I'm just using a quarter cup measuring cup to help me make, similar portions for the kofta. If I do it without using any type of like measuring system, one's going to be tiny, the other one's going to be large, and one's going to be in the middle, and no need for all that. So squeeze and switch, then gently roll it into a ball, like so, and then up and down motion, like this, between the palms of your hand, to form the kofta. Onto the baking tray it goes, and like I said earlier, we're not going to be baking this, it's just for the quantity that's being made. Baking tray is large enough of a dish to hold all of the kofta. squeeze, switch, roll it into a ball, like so, and then up and down motion between the palm of your hands to form the kofta shape. On to the next one. When you're forming either the ball or the kofta shape, if you feel like the cracks happening as you're rolling either shape, just start over with the squeezing process and then go back to forming the ball and then roll it into the kofta shape. A few steps earlier, when all of this was put back into the food processor, if it was blended for like an extended amount of time or for too long, then it would make this forming the kofta shapes process very challenging, because the lahma would be way too loose. It would be like a runny mashed potatoes or a runny mac and cheese consistency. So you would not be able to form the shapes unless you added, you know, some sort of ingredient to make this thicker. We are getting towards the end of the ball. Another thing too that could also make the lahma much looser is, so I did use a whole onion and blended it in the food processor. And when you chop an onion like so fine like that, it does release its juices or onion water much quicker. So that is another thing too to be careful of when making Egyptian style kofta, is the amount of onion to lahma ratio that you use, because if you use too much onion, then it will by default, it will add, you know, more of the onion juices or onion water to this, and it will make the lahma much looser and harder to roll. There's probably like maybe two or three left in the bowl to make. One more after this one. And then all of the kofta, all the lahma has been shaped into the kofta pieces. So this is not enough. To completely fill the cup, which is okay. We're just going to have one baby kofta. Baby kofta. Versus giant kofta. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. Let's go ahead and take these over to the dishwasher. Let me wash my hands as well. Let me wipe down the counter space as well. And then we can bring the countertop stove back over here. And we can start cooking the kofta. Countertop stove. Cast iron skillet. I need to turn the camera back on as well. Let me adjust the camera angle. And then I'm also going to reposition you guys as well. See where am I? Between both your hands, then roll it between, now fry it, and then remove it from the heat. All right. Tongs. Here's the kofta. We're about to fry it just for like 1 to 2 minutes on each side just to give it some color. Then we're going to take it out. How did I say this? Then roll it between, okay, I did that. I'll fry the kofta over high heat for a couple minutes on each side to give it some color. Start it at my 6 o'clock and work my way around to 12. So that way, when for the final cut of the video, when the viewer is watching it, it will start at their 12 o'clock and work their way around the clock that way. Down to 6, then back up to 12. Just going to give this like a minute to heat up. Actually, let me switch sides for this stuff. All right. Easy way to know if your pan is ready. Just splash a few drops of water in there. If it just sits there, it's not ready. If it sizzles and instantly evaporates, then the pan is ready. So that's what I just did there. All right. All right, let's do this. I'm going to wash my hands really quick. So it was about like 1 to 2 minutes. Let it cook on the first side, just giving it some color. We're not going to cook it all the way through just yet because it will finish the cooking process in the tomato sauce. So I just turned the stove back on for the tomato sauce. That way it is ready when these are up. Wash my hands. Same thing as before, just 1 to 2 minutes on each side. Just to give it some nice color. We are almost there. And once this is done, we're going to bring the tomato sauce over here and we're going to add all the kofta to it. We're going to mix it to ensure that all the kofta is covered with the tomato sauce. And then we will set that to the side, back over to the stove behind me. And then we're going to work on making the vermicelli rice, which is fairly simple. It takes about 12 to 15 minutes to cook. And then once that is done, the kofta should be done cooking as well in the tomato sauce. And then we will plate it. We will take our final shots. We will say Yallah Bismillah and we will eat. Just checking on the sauce behind me. Oops. about 1 to 2 more minutes. And we're going to remove this from the heat, and then we'll bring the tomato sauce over here. All these sides have some good color, so I am taking it out of the pan. All right, let's bring the sauce over here. Going to adjust the camera angle for this. One more adjustment. All right, let's see how we look. Fantastic. So after you add the kofta to the tomato sauce, you give it a gentle mix to ensure it's all gets covered with, it doesn't have to be like covered like in terms of submerged in the tomato sauce. It just needs to be covered with the tomato sauce. All right, let me grab the lid. I need to adjust the camera, so I do have a recording line. Give me one moment, please, as I make those adjustments. And thank you. Give me one more moment as I adjust the camera just a little bit more. And let this cook for about 15 minutes. Let's make sure that shot is good, and then we can move forward. And let this cook for about 15 minutes. We're good to go. Let me move this to the stove behind me. Temporarily move this to the side because I need to wipe down where the tomato sauce splashed again. All right. Now I need some bowls. For the rice. I need to wash this bowl. I'll be right back. Don't need these two. Where did I put it? Oh, it's all over here. All right, let's make the vermicelli rice. This is fairly simple. This is the vermicelli. While waiting on the kofta, let's prepare the vermicelli rice. Let's prepare the vermicelli rice. Some water for the rice. Give it a nice wash, 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 wash. Then I'm going to drain the water. Okay, I'm going to go drain the water. Be right back, please and thank you. All right, I'm back. I need to adjust the camera angle. These over here. That can go over there. This I need over here. I need to adjust the camera onto the pot. I'm actually just going to bring it all the way up here because it is a deeper pot. So I want people to be able to see inside of it for the final cut. Let me tilt this down like so. We don't need the lid for now. All right, up first is the samna. Samna is Arabic for clarified butter. We're going to fry the vermicelli. All right, now we're adding the vermicelli. When you fry the vermicelli, it only takes a few minutes for it to cook. Well, not to cook, but for it to brown. And you want to frequently mix it as you're doing so, so that way, because it can easily burn. Actually, be right back. So after a few minutes, the vermicelli will brown, and then we will add the washed Egyptian rice, which is essentially a form of medium grain rice. We're going to mix it. We're going to let it sit for about 1 minute, and then we're going to add in the water. The water level will be about no more than 1/2 of an inch above the rice level. We're going to bring it to a boil, and we're going to turn it down to a low simmer. Keep the lid on and let it cook for about 12 minutes, and it will be done. And once the cook time is up, you turn off the heat, obviously. You let it rest for a few minutes, and then you give it a nice gentle mix to kind of fluff it up. So right now we are frying the vermicelli in semna, which semna is Arabic for clarified butter. So that's that. Now we can add the ruz. going to add a little bit more rice to the mix. Let's do this really quick. Let me turn off this flame. Just draining the water right now. Let's turn this flame back on. All right, water's in. So we're going to, the reason why I added more rice is because the type of vermicelli that I'm using, this is like a new brand that I haven't used before. So it's much smaller. And so even though I poured 1 cup, it ended up being, considering that it's smaller, there was essentially more vermicelli in there. So when I mixed it the first time, I did like a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 cup of vermicelli to 1 cup of rice is usually how I do it for the most part. But it was a lot of vermicelli from how it looked. So that's why I made that adjustment, and I added a 2nd cup of the rice. So now we're just waiting for this to reach a boil. And we're going to turn the heat down to low, keep it at a low simmer for about 12 minutes. Push down the sides. There's some pieces of the ruz and vermicelli on the side here. Just want to make sure everything is covered with the water. All right, let's see. Frequently mix it. I did that. Okay, then add enough water. I did that. Once it reaches a boil, turn the heat down, okay, and let it cook for about 12 minutes. So I do need to have that recording line of me actually saying that once the time comes. So the first shot I need to get is of showing the water boiling. Then I need to show another shot of me turning the heat down to low, putting the lid on. And then I'm going to flip the camera up so it's on me, and that's where I say and let it cook for about 12 minutes. And let it cook for about 12 minutes. Yep. All right, let's pull the camera back, make these adjustments. Just give me one moment, please, and thank you. I definitely need to tilt it down more and zoom in, like so. Hopefully that's good. All right, let's do this. I need to tilt the camera up on me for this next part because I do have a line to record. All right, let's do this. And let this cook for about 12 minutes. We should be good. Let's review it. And let this cook for about 12 minutes. Very good. All right. Now I'm going to push this to the stove behind me. Here, we'll swap this like this. Actually, this over here. All right, I no longer need this. Let's set this to the side. While I am waiting on the roast to cook. So the kofta is essentially done now. We're just waiting on the roast. So right now I'm just going to chop up some parsley. I'm going to use this just as garnish. Then we're going to pull some pickled lemons and turnips out of the refrigerator. So I'm also going to set that on the side as well for when it comes time to plate it. That's the parsley. Let me turn off this camera for now. And I was mistaken, I am going to need the countertop stove for the final shot for the ruz. All right. So one for... pickled lemons. Don't actually keep it. And pickled turnips. So both recipe videos for how I made these pickled lemons and pickled turnips are on all of my social media platforms. You can find the full ingredients list on my website, theegyptiancook.com. So definitely check out both of these videos. Look at that color on these pickled turnips. Absolutely incredible. Give me one moment. I need to charge my phone for TikTok. So let me swap this. Okay. Let's see here. Just that notification. Should be back in business. All right, let's try this again. Look at that vibrant color of these pickled turnips. So what gives it this bright pink or fuchsia color is when making pickled turnips, you add beets to it. So it takes the color of the beets essentially, because turnips are naturally like a whitish color, like a whitish cream color, but the beets is what gives it this pinkish, this bright pink or fuchsia color. And the pickled lemons, nothing exciting about the color change here. They just stay yellow when you pickle them. But both are absolutely delicious. And like I said, both recipes, both videos I should say, of how to make these are on all of my social media platforms. So if you have not watched it, definitely check them out. And the full recipe, including like the ingredients, the step-by-step written instructions, and the video can be found all in one place on my website, theegyptiancook.com. All right, so these are ready. The garnish is ready. All that's left is we're just waiting for the ruz to finish cooking. In about like 3-4 more minutes, we're going to bring it back over here. So I actually need the countertop stove again. There we go. Let's see, how did I say this? What was the order of what I said? Once the ruz is cooked, turn off the heat and let it rest for a few minutes before gently mixing it. All right. So I'm just gonna keep this up here. I'm gonna push this up like so, turn this on, lift it up, tilt it down. We're definitely going to have to zoom in once I bring it over here, and we'll have a better idea of positioning the camera for the ruz, and then we will plate it. I'll be using this bowl for it. And that's pretty much it. So we're at the tail end, just a few more minutes here, and we should be good to go. Let's go ahead, bring the pot over here. This is the ruz. We turn this on. That's on as low as possible. Just adjusting the camera angle. Let me adjust the zoom. All right, let's see the time. 7:29, so one more minute, we're gonna take that shot. Because at 7:18 is when I said 12 minutes. I think it was right after I recorded that line where I said, and let this cook for about 12 minutes. To adjust the camera for this shot. Just give me one moment, please. And thank you. to adjust the camera angle again. Let's do this. I put the tripod in the bowl. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Whatever, it is what it is. I'll wash it. We're gonna wait like 1 more minute, then we're going to give this a mix. It's going to be a gentle mix, essentially just to fluff it up before you serve it. Here's how it looks. It's the vermicelli rice before I gently fluff it. And behind me is the kufta, which is all set as well. And we will be good to go. All right, let's do this. All right, all set with this countertop stove. We can set this to the side. Set this here for now. I need to move the camera back onto the table. Give me 1 moment as I make the adjustment, please. And thank you. Oops. Set this down for now. Lift this up a little bit. Tilt this. All right. Put this to the side. Looks like TikTok wants me to do another one of these puzzle things. Oh boy, oh boy. Oops. Oops. Set this here, there. This can go here. Let me wash the bowl really quick. Once I dry this bowl, I'm going to adjust the camera. And then we can start plating this. All right, let's see. How did I say all this nonsense? To serve Egyptian style kofta, form a bed of vermicelli rice, pile the kofta over it, garnish it with chopped parsley, add a side of pickled lemons, pickled turnips, and it is ready to serve. Let's adjust this camera. Actually, let's position this bowl first. I'll put it to like right about here. Now let's adjust the camera. That should be good. All right, let's do this. Up first is the vermicelli rice. Takes care of the vermicelli rice. Up next, in the moment we have all been waiting for, is the kofta. I haven't even eaten it yet or tried it, but just from the aroma, I already know that this is going to be absolutely incredible. Just need to find a place for the lid. do this. Let's do this again. Because I said pile the kofta over the ruz, not just put 2 pieces. All right, let's do it again. All right, we're going to do it again. Put one more, like right back here. Some of this sauce. This can go back onto the stove. Lid can go back on it. Coming in with the parsley. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, I'll put this. I'll put the what's it called? The lemon right there. Okay, very good. Next is that. Okay, let's do this. So like this. Very good. Draw my hands. Or my fingers, I should say. Wipe this off. spin action. Adjust the camera because I need it for my thumbnail. That need to adjust the camera again. Now I need to go up because I do have my recording lines. Also need to grab spoon, eat. Okay. Here you go, YouTube. Egyptian style kofta. Here you go, TikTok. Egyptian style kofta. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style kofta. See how it looks. Make sure the food is in focus. Okay. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style kofta. Very good. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. All right, let's make sure the food's in focus. So far, so good. Let's hope it stays that way. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. We're good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you go, YouTube. I'll give you one more look. Egyptian style kofta. Here you go, TikTok. Egyptian style kofta. This is really hot. It's like steaming hot. That last piece I just bit was like steaming hot. Like from the outside, it's not steaming as much, but from the inside, it's just like just volcanic with how hot it is. So I just realized I forgot to record a line where I essentially say, here's the lahma, because I was going to do a thing where after I finish eating all the kofta and there's still, some ruz here, I was going to say, where's the lahma? And I was going to say, here's the lahma, but I kind of already started eating. So, but I'm not going to refill my plate for that shot. It's okay. Well, there you have it. Excuse me. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That essentially concludes tonight's live, or today's live, I should say, where I made this. Hold on, let me move this out of the way. Where I made this Egyptian style kofta. Think of it as Egypt's version of a meatball. Showed you from start to finish in today's live how I made this from scratch. To sum it all up for you, for those of you who missed the beginning portions of this live, we started with tomato sauce. It was which consisted of frying diced onions with minced garlic, and then we added in some roughly diced tomatoes. We let it cook for about 45 minutes. Well, it ended up being an hour, and then we blended it with an immersion blend, and we seasoned it with before we blended it. So after we added the tomatoes, we seasoned it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. And then we let it cook for about 45 minutes, but it ended up being an hour. And then we blended it with an immersion blender. We added some hot water to it to kind of thin out the sauce a little bit. And that was what we did to make the sauce. And then after that, we started working on the lahma. For the seasoning, we took 1 cup of Egyptian ruz, which is a form of medium grain rice. And we blended it in the food processor just by itself until it essentially became a little bit finer in texture. We set it to the side, and then we threw in 1 yellow onion, a bunch of parsley, and some garlic cloves into the food processor, and we blended it until it was nice and fine. Then we added it to the ground beef. We mixed it all together, and we seasoned it with ground coriander, smoked paprika, ground nutmeg, sea salt, black pepper. We mixed it well. We added in that blended rice, and once we had it all mixed really well, we formed the lahma into the kofta shapes, first by rolling it into a ball and then rolling it up and down to form the kofta shapes. We fried it for a couple minutes on each side to give it some nice coloration on the outside. We didn't fully cook it though during that step, just enough to give it some color on the outside. And then we put, once the kofta was browned on the outside, we removed it from that pan and we mixed it in with the sauce, and we let it cook for about 15 minutes. While the kofta was cooking in the sauce, we made some vermicelli rice, which is right here. Fairly simple. We melted some semna, which is Arabic for clarified butter. We fried some vermicelli in the semna, and then for a few minutes until it browned. And once it browned, we mixed in washed Egyptian ruz. We mixed it, we let it sit for about a minute, then we added in the water. Once it reached a boil, we turned it down to low, we put the lid on, and we let it cook for about 12 minutes. Once that cook time was up, we turned off the heat. We let it rest for a couple minutes, and we gave it a nice gentle mix, and then we plated it. For the plating process, we made a bed of the vermicelli rice, or ruz bil-sha'riya in Arabic. We made a bed of the ruz bil-sha'riya. We put the kufta on top. We garnished it with fresh parsley. And then I put a side of pickled lemons and pickled turnips. And then we said Yallah Bismillah, and we ate. So that concludes. Here, let me move this out of the way. Let me like this really quick. Let me bring you guys up. Oops. So that concludes today's live. Thank you for everybody who joined in. The full recipe video will post to all of my social media platforms later this week. It will post first on YouTube for my YouTube channel membership. So if you are a channel member on my YouTube, you will have early access to the full video no later than Tuesday of this week. So my goal is to have it up sometime tomorrow, like tomorrow by midnight at the very latest. So if you're not a member if you're not one of my paid members on my YouTube, head over to my YouTube and hit that join button. It's only $2.99 a month. It's one of the best ways to support me with what I am doing here with my YouTube channel and all my other social media platforms. It helps me share Egyptian food, culture, the stories, and helps me keep doing what I am doing here as we speak. If you're not following me on TikTok, go ahead and hit that follow as well, and jump over to my YouTube, hit subscribe, hit join. Thank you everybody for joining in tonight. I appreciate all of you. I hope you have a wonderful night.